In episode 32 of the SOC Level 2 training series, we're going to begin the incident response process by going through preparation. And incident response as a whole is the concept of when an event occurs, how will you handle that event? How will you respond to that incident? And it comes in phases, and we've touched on this previously in SOC level 1, but we've gone more of a higher level overview on it. And in SOC level 2, we're going to actually kind of dive deeper a little bit into each one of the individual phases. And the very first phase is going to be the preparation phase. So I'm excited about going into this with you. Incident response is one of those really big things that is a security analyst job when you're working in a security operations center and doing a lot of the things that is defensive security, because a lot of times you kind of do whatever you can to be prepared and be proactive, but there are some times where an incident actually occurs and now you have to be quick and respond to that incident in a timely fashion and then respond to that incident correctly so that you actually handle it properly and then do all of the things that you're supposed to do as we go into the incident response process. If you're serious about your CySec education and want access to me on Discord, consider joining Hackaholics Anonymous. We have 4 tiers: the supporter, agent, guardian, and master, and each tier gets their own Discord server and early access to content. The agent, guardian, and master levels get exclusive content, exclusive downloads, monthly Python automations, live streams with me every month, plus so much more. And to join, you can simply click the link in the description below, or you can go to our homepage and click the join button there, or you can go to youtube.com/@HankHacksHackers/join, and you will be able to join Hackaholics Anonymous. Now, without further ado, let us jump into the preparation video. The incident response module actually has a scenario, an overall scenario that we're going to be going through. And in this particular video, we're going to prepare for the security incidents and configure our logging to gather artifacts and additional evidence. And the module scenario is this. So the organization SwiftSpend Financial has hired you as the IR guy, the incident response guy, for our incident response team, which is being finalized. You notice that absolutely nothing had been done so far about documenting the baseline network and system activities. There's barely any documentation to begin with. We're lucky that there's at least a semblance of a foundation of a detection system in place, as the IT has followed security best practices, including turning on the logging for our endpoints, subnetting our different departments, ensuring all the systems are in PowerShell version 5, and enabling event log forwarding. However, you identify some configurations that have not been set up and deem the organization not fully mature, and the objectives here are to understand the need for an incident response capability and to understand the need for the process, people, and technologies for incident response. The prerequisites for this would be to finish SOC Level 1. So if you have not gone through SOC Level 1, there's an entire playlist that's dedicated to it. I completed every single room in SOC Level 1, and it's all recorded for you. So if you have not gone through that, I would highly recommend that you do. And if you're not going to, if you want to kind of like cheat it a little bit, then at the very least watch the incident response videos so that at least you have some kind of a foundation for the rest of the stuff that we're going to be talking about today. But that's pretty much it for the intro. So let's talk about the incident response capability. So one of the things that we talked about in SOC Level 1 is the fact that digital forensics and incident response kind of go hand in hand together. In fact, the full acronym is DFIR, and it's Digital Forensics Incident Response. And in order to be able to do proper incident response, you need to also be familiar with digital forensics concepts. So in digital response, or also known as incident handling, a cybersecurity function, or it is a cybersecurity function, that uses various methodologies, tools, and techniques to detect and manage adversarial attacks while minimizing impact, recovery time, and total operating cost. Addressing attacks requires containing malware infections, identifying and remediating vulnerabilities, as well as sourcing, managing, and deploying technical and non-technical personnel. So setting up an incident response capability requires you to make decisions, and usually you have to do, if you do a really good job in advance, you can do a really good job live as the incident is occurring. And you need to have a specific definition for the term incident to fit a clear scope. So this is the way that we go ahead and respond to these, or categorize these things, I should say. So an event is the observed occurrence within a system or a network. It ranges from a user connecting to a file server, or sending emails, or anti-malware software blocking an infection. The incident is the violation of security policies or practices by an adversary to negatively affect the organization through actions like exfiltrating data, encrypting through ransomware, or causing a denial of service. And I'll even go a step further, and I would say that it's not necessarily an adversary that causes an incident. Sometimes it's an unknowing internal employee, or a knowing internal employee that, I guess in that case, if they know that they're causing this, then they would be an adversary. But sometimes it's people that weren't trained enough, or they're unaware of what's going on, and they accidentally do something that they shouldn't have done, and all of a sudden data has been exfiltrated, and now you have an incident that you need to worry about. So it could be caused by somebody who is inside of the organization that is not intending to be malicious, but it just so happens that they caused an incident. An event is literally anything that is inside of your logs. So somebody connecting to a server, somebody logging in, somebody failing their login, but it's like an innocent fail because they were on vacation for 3 weeks and they came back and they forgot their password, whatever. So it's like events happen all the time, and your logs are going to be filled with events. Incidents should not be happening all the time, especially if you have a strong security posture. And the definition of an incident is when something happens that it negatively affects the organization. So that's a really big difference between event and incident. So incident response process is an overview, or I guess as an overview, we're going to look at it. And it's meant to serve as a roadmap, allowing you to adapt as you move through your investigation and mitigation. The very first step is preparation, and everything else will be tackled as we move along this module, and each one of the steps is going to have its own video dedicated to it, because we're going to take a deeper dive into it. So these are the overview of these steps. So you have preparation, identification, analysis or scoping, containment, eradication, recovery, and lessons learned, and then you'll start again, and then you'll go from the very top, and then you'll go preparation. So it's like literally lessons learned is kind of like a big part of preparation, because you would add all of your lessons to your preparatory responsibilities or preparatory steps. So preparation ensures that the organization can actually react to a breach with laid down procedures. And once you've gone through this thing and you've done recovery and then you're doing lessons learned, you put all of those lessons in the preparation plan again, so that you can effectively react to another breach, and you would hopefully never have to deal with the same kind of incident. You only hopefully, in a great environment, in an ideal situation, you would only deal with one incident one time, and then never have to deal with it again, because you did really good lessons learned, and then you prepared so that it never happens again. So identification is the operational deviations must be noted and determined to cause adverse effects. So you need to just figure out what those deviations are that could actually cause those adverse effects. Analysis or scoping has to do with basically the tools that you're going to be using and how you're going to identify the systems, number one, that are going to be inside of that scope, and then the type of data that's going to be inside of that scope, and the potential impact on the organization if any of that data was actually going to be leaked or stolen or destroyed, right? Systems are crashed. What is that going to do to the company? So it's the extent of the security incident is what analysis and scoping really does. And then containment is when something happens, you need to limit the impact of that exploit or that incident. Somebody's gotten into your system, you need to limit them from not being able to leave that system and go to the rest of the systems, or if they're inside of a specific segment, they shouldn't be able to leave that segment and go to the other segments inside of your network. So it's isolation is another term that we use for this. It's the isolating of the affected system, and preserving forensic evidence is a very, very big part of containment. And the preserving part is actually also really important, because sometimes if somebody finds out that they've been caught, Like if a hacker finds out that they've been caught, they'll erase all of their tracks and then they'll wipe the system or something as a retaliation. And it's like, okay, well, you definitely don't want that to happen either. And then we have eradication. So once you've caught them, you've contained them, they're isolated, they can't go anywhere else. You need to get rid of them without them causing any extra harm. So all of the adversarial artifacts and techniques should be removed. Ransomware should be deleted, or whatever, some kind of malware, anything that they've installed or anything that they've done. All of their traces of hazardous material should all be deleted and eradicated. And then recovery and lessons learned. So obviously you need to get back to business as usual. You need to learn the lessons from the incident that took place and then add those lessons to your preparation phase so that hopefully it doesn't happen again. And it is a cyclical process. It is a continuous process. It's never ending. Incident response, preparation, and going through this whole thing, it's not a one-time thing, is what I'm going to say. Because you probably won't have incidents all the time. Ideally, hopefully you won't have incidents all the time. But at the very least, you should be doing a review of your incident response process once a quarter or once every 6 months, and then doing tests like rehearsals and tabletop exercises and all of these practice exercises so that you can be ahead of the malicious actors. The need for the incident response plan is a very big concept, and everybody should have it. And it's not a would be nice to have. It's, in my opinion, and in a lot of other people's opinions, this is a must-have kind of a thing. So the incident response plan is a document, basically, or a binder, or a Google Doc folder that has a bunch of stuff in it, whatever. You should probably have both versions, a digital version inside of your cloud storage or your file server, as well as a physical version in case somebody actually attacks your network or logical infrastructure and you can't access things over a network and things like that. So the incident response plan is a document that outlines the steps the organization will take, and it should be the organization's Swiss Army knife, meaning it has everything. It has comprehensive covering of all aspects of the process, the roles and the responsibilities, communication channels between stakeholders, and metrics to capture the effectiveness of the IR process. To have an effective plan, you would need to go through numerous iteration processes via creating templates and refactoring the process, and then going through lessons learned, and then rehearsals, tabletop exercises, all that stuff. And it ensures that you can ingest incident data and mitigate breaches as they occur accurately. The templates would also be valuable in creating incident reports, and accompanying an incident response plan is the use of playbooks. So the playbook is essentially inside of the incident response plan, and it would provide the organization with the actions and procedures to identify, contain, eradicate, recover, track successful incident mitigation measures, etc., etc. So the playbook is literally the play-by-play. This is what you do, and then this is what you do, and then this is what you do. This is who you call, and then this is who you call, and this is what you do. Like step-by-step, play-by-play. That's what the playbook does. So what is an observed occurrence within a system? That is an event, right? It's not necessarily malicious. What is described as a violation of security policies and practices? That would be an incident. Under which incident response phase do organizations lay down their procedures? And that would be something that I have not answered yet. So laying down of the procedures, I think it would happen in preparation, right? Because we're technically talking about that. Yeah, so the laid down procedures. And that would be in our preparation phase, because we're talking about preparation. And my keyboard disconnected because it goes to sleep. Preparation. There we go. Cool. All right, here we go. Moving on to, actually one more question. Under which phase will an organization resume business operations fully in update? So that would be recovery and lessons learned. Awesome. Cool. Now we can move on to people and documentation preparation. There's something that I've said over very many videos, honestly, and it's the fact that the people are the weakest link in the security chain. The human element is the most sensitive element of the security chain, which means that if the people aren't prepared, if the people aren't trained, it doesn't matter how great your technology is, because some schmuck somewhere can do something, click on something, open something, let a random stranger into the building. Like there's just so many different ways that the people in the company can make a mistake where it would be like, okay, well, There we go. Now we did all this work, we did all this preparation, and this freaking person, I almost started cursing. This person ended up making a severe mistake, and now all of our technology couldn't save us because of what the actions of this one person were. So preparing the people is really freaking important in this whole process. So it's highly known that the easiest and most acceptable attack point for the organization is its people. Basically what I just said. Your employees and teammates are adversarial targets mainly through social engineering and phishing tactics. Therefore, preparing your team effectively is essential. So the creation of the CCERT team, and the CCERT team is the Cybersecurity Incident Response Team. That includes the business, technical, legal counsel, and public relations experts with relevant skills and authority to act upon decisions during a cyber attack. The team's creation, so after you create the team, the members will require appropriate permissions under a well-established access control policy. And this access must be well organized and controlled with proper notifications to system admins when the CCERT uses privileged access. Once the team has been created, and we need to go through training and assessment sessions. So as we've identified some ways attackers target people, the most effective way to ensure they are well equipped with knowledge about these attacks is through constant training, assessment, awareness sessions, tabletop exercises, rehearsals, pen tests, etc. Conducting social engineering campaigns, testing user susceptibility towards spear phishing attacks, and providing current affairs training will be crucial to preparing the people. And this also applies to the end users and customers who would act as your sensors and alert sources when they pick up anything suspicious happening on their end. In this case, training content like phishing analysis module that we provide would be vital to internal and external stakeholders to know how to detect and respond to phishing attacks. Additionally, incident handlers must be familiar with forensic imaging tools to read audit logs, performing analysis using honeypots and vulnerable systems, and it'll still allow them to identify suspicious events when they occur and conduct practical forensics when the need arises. So before we move on to documentation, one of the key pieces right here is the end users and customer training. And part of your end users will, the customers themselves, obviously the clients and everything are a part of your end users because they're using your services and maybe even your systems. But the end users are the brand new employees that come in that are just, for a lack of a better phrase, they're kind of just one of the cogs in the system. They're one of the cogs in the wheels, one of the gears that make this whole massive system run. And it just so happens that if that one gear, no matter how small that gear is, if that one gear fails, the entire system fails. So keep that in mind, right? So let me give you a visual of this because I think it's very powerful. Cybersecurity, or security in general, is very much like this very complicated system with all of these cogs and gears and everything that's going on over here. And every employee inside of a company, no matter how big or small their role is, no matter how important their responsibilities are, is one of these little gears or these cogs in the system. And the way that you can look at cybersecurity or security in general is that even if it's a brand new person that just came in, they don't have a lot of responsibility, and they're the little wheel right here, this little gear right here. Even if that one person does something wrong and they click on something that they shouldn't, or they do something that they shouldn't, then the entire system will now stop working. The entire system is at risk if even the smallest piece of this thing is out of place, or it breaks, or it does something that it shouldn't do. And that's the best way that you can think about incident response, security analysis, security preparation, penetration testing, anything that you want to think about when it comes down to security. So on that note, it's very important to train every single end user. It's very important to train the customers because they're technically end users. And on that same sentiment, you'll see a lot of little flyers going out, emails going out, training for the customers, for the actual bank customer, to just let them know, hey, be aware of this, right? Be aware of these things that are happening. Be aware of these scams. Be aware of these new tactics that are taking place and these scanners at these grocery stores that may not look legitimate. That's why they created the tap feature of a credit card, where instead of sliding it or inserting your credit card, you just tap it, because the elements of the credit card machine that actually can scan it can sometimes be impersonated, I guess I should say, or they could be spoofed, and you can insert your card in a place that was like a little attachment to that machine, and now it's scanning your credit card information. But the scanning of the tap of there, like that just kind of like digital scan, it's a little bit tougher to impersonate or to spoof. And there's a lot of different ways to do this. So the best recommendation, which gives the end users and the customers the most incentive, is to attach some kind of incentive plan for them to actually complete this training, right? So if you go through this training that we have, then you'll get an extra 10% off of all of the merchandise, right? If you go through this training that we have, then we'll give you a 10-cent raise or like a 25-cent raise or something. And it's like, it's literally them just completing a bunch of videos as the employees of the company, but each video that they complete, they'll get a raise. And this was actually something that I think it was either at AT&T when I worked there, or it was definitely one of the companies that I worked at, where it's like, if you actually completed the training, all of the video training and everything like that, you would get a raise, an actual dollars and cents raise that would be applied to your hourly rate. And people were ecstatic about it, because it's like, yeah, what? All I have to do is just go through these videos and things like that. So the key thing to make sure people are retaining the information is to make sure that you have examinations and like tests assigned to those videos, so that they're not just watching videos or not even watching them. They just play the video and then the video ends and they got credit for it. So you want to make sure that there's some kind of exam that they're taking, or that can prove that they've gotten it. And of course, run the exercises regularly and rehearsals and things like that, to just make sure that they're fully aware and they're really internalizing the information. And that way you can kind of rest assured that the people are getting trained regularly. And a new hire is the most important person when it comes down to this concept, and making sure that the new hire is really educated on this is also very, very important. So preparing the documentation. Incident documentation would be a lifesaver for the organization. The information gathered here could be used as evidence in a cybercrime attack, or instrumental in developing mitigation plans, lessons learned assessments. And this means that the incident responders need to develop note-taking and detail-oriented skills. And I always talk about having an audio recorder present and getting the permission, obviously, to actually do this, so that you're not missing anything through writing down or typing or something like that. You are literally recording everything, and then it could be compiled at the end of it using the audio recording, and somebody could just sit there and take really, really detailed notes. And that would be one person that would have access to the audio recorder, not every single person. And it's usually the person that's preparing the document for everybody else that would get the opportunity, the permission to record the entire meeting, and then use that recording to create the document. Defining principles and guidelines for security processes is vital while conducting the preparation. This ensures that techniques are well known towards handling an incident. It needs to be visible to employees, users, and other stakeholders, for example, through warning banners, which would inform on the prohibition of unauthorized activities and limit the presumption of privacy within the organization. The policy should outline the organization's authority towards monitoring and network and all the systems under its roof. Policies would need to be reviewed by a legal team and aligned to local privacy laws and regulations. Communicating the plan, or the communication plan, and chain of custody. So when something happens, there's something called a call tree, meaning essentially the group of people that need to be contacted. They have to be contacted. And usually a call tree means call this person first, and then call this next person, and then call this next person, because the first person that gets called most likely has a lot of responsibility to do with handling of the incident, and the people after that just need to be in the know. So the CSIRT team, the Cybersecurity Incident Response Team, should be the point of contact, and what procedures should be followed. For example, They may have operations members who are always on call to receive reports on suspected incidents. These reports should trigger a chain of actions, including when to notify law enforcement, media personnel, or third parties, hence the call tree, right? Additionally, the team would keep track of the flow of information and manage evidence forms and documents like the chain of custody documents. These documents are meant to track the flow of information, evidence handling, and reporting when addressing any incident. A template of like this could actually be downloaded from here, which is what we actually have at the top. I'll review that at the very end for you. And then we have the response procedures. So this is an organizational operation, and it ensures every member has a role to avert damages and revert to normal operations. This means that default procedures need to be defined and approved by management. Default meaning this is the baseline, right? This is the bare minimum of what needs to be done. Effectiveness and timeliness are crucial when security defenses have been breached. Hence, the incident response element is like it has to be. You have to be quick, right? You need to be well trained. You need to know what to do, where to go to get your information, where to get your next steps. You need to be well rehearsed so that you're not fumbling, you're not panicking, right? Orderly processes would determine the nature of handling breaches, right? Not panicking. Orderly means be cool, calm, and collected and know exactly what you're doing. Be organized, right? It's very, very important. So a group that handles events during events involving cybersecurity breaches, compromising individuals. So that would be our cybersecurity incident response team. And which documents would be used to accompany any evidence collected and keeps the track of, so this would be the chain of custody documents. And there's that, and that's it. Okay, so let's look at the template that they gave us, and let's see if we can actually open this in our browser. Yes, we can, because it is a PDF. Excellent. Oh, that's so basic, dude. Okay, so this is the evidence form, right? So this is like a chain of custody form. And so, you know, the item number, the number of, or the volume, like the quantity of that item, the description of it, so includes details like the make, model, serial number, da-da-da-da-da. And then chain of custody is, you know, who was the first person that got it, and then who did they release it to, who did they hand over custody to, and then who was that person that received it, and then the purpose, etc., etc. And of course, they sign off on it. And then when we're talking about digital forensics, there's also the hash values, the checksums, the MD5 hash value or the SHA-256 hash value of those digital assets that would determine the integrity of those assets. So as I pass it on to person B, I would document this was the hash value that we just took together, and then he's going to sign off on that hash value. And then as it goes from person B to person C, that hash value should stay the same. And then as it moves on, right? And then if in any part of that chain the hash value changes, then we're like, okay, between these two people, something happened. So somebody did something, and then we need to now go and investigate, and we need to go ahead and, you know, interview those people and see, okay, what just went down? You know, what were you doing? What did you do when you took responsibility for this? When you took custody of this? So very, very important form, the chain of custody form, and they use this in a lot of police stations. I mean, every police station actually does this, so I should rephrase that. Every police station does this. Every authority that actually handles evidence does this, because it's very important to ensure that chain of custody was not broken on its way from the crime scene to ultimately the court proceedings, the legal proceedings where they review that evidence. We need to make sure that the evidence was not tampered with. So that is what we have for the chain of custody form. Now let's go into the preparation of technology. Once you have the people trained and you have your documents prepared and everything in those regards is all good, it's time to actually look at the technology and being aware of the assets inside of your network, inside of your company, the enterprise, whatever that may be, being aware of the various versions of them. It goes into very granular detail. So it's not just about, okay, how many computers do we have? It's like, okay, well, what types of computers do we have? How old are they? Have they been patched? What kind of operating system are they running? What are their maximum capacities as far as the operating systems that they can support, because a lot of times the hardware will determine what kind of software that machine can actually support. And then if it's super outdated hardware, then we need to address the fix for that, or at the very least to be prepared that these specific sets of computers are the oldest that we have, therefore they are the highest likely to be targeted by an attack, and etc., etc., etc. So there's a lot of details that goes into the inventory or the classification of your assets, and then to be able to identify the highest value assets within the organization with the technical composition would be the first step. So the most critical systems, this is our main file server. It houses all of our files and all of our intellectual property. We don't have a backup for this, and if this crashes, we're screwed, right? So it's like when you look at the highest value asset, that would be the thing. And then what is it made of? What kind of technical composition does it have? What kind of operating system? What kind of hardware, etc. So it'll comprise the infrastructure, intellectual property, clients and employee data, brand reputation. Protecting these assets ensures that the confidentiality, integrity, availability of the organization, services, data, and processes are intact, which also helps maintain credibility. Additionally, the asset classification will be helpful for prioritization of protective and detective measures for the assets. So this is just one version of this. This is an example of this. So we have a mail server, a web server, a VPN server, and then the software. So the mail server 1 is on Windows Server 2019. This is the IP address. The web server is on Ubuntu 20.04, and that's the IP. And then the VPN is at the same Ubuntu, different IP, right? And then you have the THM math books, which I guess is kind of like QuickBooks, I guess, and then software for truck finder, right? So technical instrumentation. So once you have your assets, once you've identified the assets, you need to understand the telemetry about the network infrastructure, which is essential for incident response. And this means mapping every network device, cloud platform, system, and application. And having that picture simplifies the implementation of the system and sensor-based detection mechanisms. So these mechanisms right here include the anti-malware, endpoint detection response, data loss prevention, intrusion detection prevention systems, log collection capabilities like a SIM tool. And one aspect of this telemetry collection is the network subnetting. This means logically grouping the network devices and the IP addresses with specific access and usage permission and policies utilizing firewalls, demilitarized zones, IP segmentation. This telemetry and incident details can be collected and tracked using tools like the Hive. However, the Hive may have been updated since the release of this specific room that was created for us. So if we look at it, it may not be, so the video that exists on our channel for the Hive is also based on this room, and it was created over 1,000 days ago. So it's approximately 3 years old, right? So this is not this specific version of this room that we can see right here. And this is the version of the room that the video on this channel exists on. So when we think about the version of the Hive, it's most likely the current version that you would be looking at is much more modern than the version from that video. So this is kind of essentially what it looks like, right? So this is where you can start building your asset inventory, and you start looking at the various network segments, etc., etc. The Hive, as the name kind of implies, is very similar to the hive of a bunch of bees, right? So it has a bunch of different segments. It has a bunch of different individual parts to it, and there's a million bees that are working inside of it. So the investigation capabilities would also be another thing that we would look at under the technical preparations. So looking at the investigation during an attack or a breach, the incident responders have to ensure that they can validate executing scripts and installers on all of the endpoints, the hosts within that network, and implement technical capabilities to facilitate the containment analysis and replication of the attack that took place. There should be a means of collecting forensic evidence using disk and memory imaging tools, secure storage only accessible to the CCERT, and of course analysis tools like sandboxes. Accompanying these efforts should be an incident handling jump bag, which is a very interesting concept. Excuse me, I'm kind of hiccuping. This bag contains all the necessary tools for the incident response. It's kind of like your go bag when you're a spy, and at a moment's notice you need to, and not even just a spy. I feel like everybody that is anybody should have a go bag. Pregnant people always have a go bag. My sister recently gave birth, and before she had to go to the hospital, she had this like duffel bag that was filled with a bunch of stuff that they may or may not need, but it's better to be prepared. And then as soon as the water breaks, you got to run out, right? And just like her go bag, the jump bag usually should have the very basic sets of things, right? So it can be customized to each individual person that has their own jump bag, but for the most part, you need to have media drives to store evidence that's being collected. You need to have disk imaging and host forensic software like the Forensic Toolkit Imager, Encase, and the Sleuth Kit. Network tap to mirror and monitor traffic, cables and adapters like USB, SATA, or SATA, card readers to accommodate common scenarios, and PC repair kits that include screwdrivers and tweezers and things like that. Copies of incident response forms and the chain of custody and things like that. So these are the basics, like these are the minimum requirements. And when you study for cybersecurity, CompTIA CYSA Plus, there's actually a specific list of things that they think you should have as far as the preparation for CYSA is concerned. So there's usually a general series of tools and documents and things like that that are just absolutely necessary. And things like the cables and adapters is in there. A media imager like the FTK imager is in there. Having tags is listed in there. Having crime tape is listed in there. Having a camera is listed in there. So there are things that are just absolutely necessary that you need to have in your jump bag, as they say, is your incident response bag, right? So what would a kit containing the necessary incident handling tools be called? We literally just talked about it. So that would be the jump bag. All right, so let's talk about visibility, and we actually have a virtual machine that we need to start on this as well. So let's get that going. Once the people, processes, and technology checks for the incident response effort are taken care of, you have to know what's happening with the organization's digital assets, and this ensures that you avoid digital obliviousness by having visibility across the network. So what does visibility mean, right? So what does it entail? It covers collecting audit and log data, monitoring threat intelligence feeds on emerging adversarial tactics, techniques, and procedures. So this is all one piece right here. And ingesting vendor patch advisories. This information allows the organization to detect, identify, assess, alert, and mitigate unauthorized and abnormal activity within the network. Internal visibility revolves around the log management, and having maximum coverage should be part of the cyber resilience and incident handling strategies. In contrast, external visibility entails being aware of what's happening with the community and the threat landscape. So when we look at internal visibility, we're looking at the audit and log data, and then external would be threat intelligence feeds on the TTPs, and then ingesting the vendor patch advisories. That would be external. If you achieve maximum visibility, there's a lot of benefits to it, right? So providing factual information about access to resources, times of access, and who conducted the activity. This is all log information. Visibility through log management can improve the effectiveness of the processes, policies, and procedures. With log data collected, incidents can be handled using concrete evidence instead of guessing. Compliance with regulations is made to be easier with the collection of log data. Keeps you up to date with emerging threats, TTPs, and signatures, and of course ensures that the systems are patched up regularly. So visibility via logs. There's a very powerful tool called a SIM. It's also known as the Security Information Event Management Solution. So Splunk is one of them. Elk Stack is another one. There's a lot of really, really good ones. Splunk is a paid version, although they do have kind of like a limited free tier. The Elk Stack, Elastic Stack, is actually open source. The last time I checked, it was fully open source and available to anybody who wanted to use them. And there's a lot of different ways that you can also just look at event viewer logs And I believe that Mac OS also has its own version. For whatever reason, the name is not available to my brain right now, but I know for a fact that it exists. So logs must be secured from any modification once they've been recorded, because if somebody can erase their tracks inside of a log, then that's all they need to do. It's like they come, they do whatever they want, and they erase the log. It's like, no. So additionally, a CSIRT team member should be aware that the collection of logs enables the other stages of incident response to be smoothly, correctly run. So these are the common types of log entries, and you want to enable them and monitor them. So the event itself, right? So it records the information about a system or network occurrence, like the login attempt, application events, and network traffic, which is why we have the event viewer on Microsoft Windows. The audit logs, and these are a sequential recording of activities within a system, capturing who performed an action, what activity was initiated, and how the system responded. There are two classes of audit logs: the success audit and the failure audit. So if something was successfully audited, that means that activity was ran correctly, or it was ran successfully, I should say. That means whatever the result of that activity was actually did happen. If there's a failure log, that means it didn't happen. So success log for somebody logging in means that they were able to successfully log in. Failure audit would mean that they were not able to successfully log in. Then there is the error log. So when a problem occurs within the system, like there's a service failure, the event would be recorded as an error. And then there's the debug log. During the testing of systems and services, debug logs are recorded to help find problems and facilitate troubleshooting. And then there's individual application logs and software logs that are also very important. And all of those, there are literally dozens of different types of logs. These are just the most important, or the most relevant, I guess, that they felt to mention inside of this specific room. The keyword here is that this is a common list of logs. This is not the extensive full list of logs. The log entries would be sourced from various avenues within the infrastructure. So that would be the network, right? Anything that's going on with network devices like switches, routers, and through the packet capture solutions. And then we have host perimeter logs. So these are facilitated by firewalls, proxies, and VPN servers. It's the perimeter around the hosts. They contain information about allowed and denied actions transmitted to the organization's host devices. And then there's the system log, which actually is the logs of the system being run by the operating system. And then the application log, as I just mentioned, so it would be something by Google Chrome, for example. That would be an application log for Chrome. So web applications, cloud services, databases, and proprietary tools. All of these logs come into the SIM, which would be Splunk, for example, or Elk Stack, Elastic, right? So these are all log sources, and then they come in one location and they're ingested together. And then the SIM tool would end up ingesting all of these, normalizing the data, meaning like it will extract all the IP addresses and everything. And then what it'll do is that it'll try to find correlations between the events from this log, and then see how those events actually correlate to each other, and does this IP address show up in multiple logs? You know what I'm saying? And then based on that correlation, it'll raise alerts to you and say, hey, listen, I think there's something going on with this specific IP address. You need to go look into this. There's something called security orchestration and automation response, which is I would say the second half of the SIM tool. And it works with the SIM. The SIM doesn't automatically respond to anything. The SOAR tool automatically responds. So if you want a response mechanism, then you would use a SOAR tool as well as the SIM tool. But if you're just using a SIM, then it's up to the security analyst, the human that's on duty that day, that would respond to what's going on. So setting up visibility, we are going to do it today with this virtual machine that we have been assigned. It's definitely been 4 minutes since I started reading this whole thing, so I think by now it should definitely be up and running. And as we have identified the sources and data types, the CSIRT has developed procedures and plans for setting up the right tools and configurations within the system, outlined in asset inventory, and then collect and aggregate all the necessary logs. On Windows, Security policies can be configured via local or group policy management, with the latter being used for multiple systems under Active Directory. So we're going to look at an example of setting up the policies for interactive logon sessions, which have yet to be defined, as you can see. So once the VM has loaded, we're going to go to the Windows admin tool and then go to the local security policy settings and then navigate to the policy by doing security settings, yada, yada, yada. And then once there, we'll find that the policy interactive logon display user information is locked and has not been defined. And this aims to set the standard of whether to show user login identities, such as username, domain account, email, when the session logged. For sensitive systems, such as those used by the finance or human resources departments, it's important to set this policy to the option that does not display any user information to prevent malicious actors from knowing whose credentials were last used. And the events that take place within those systems, do they need to be logged? And I would say, yeah. So you can pivot to the linked room to uncover more about Windows event logs. And looking at the scenario, you can find out about the organization did not implode Windows event log monitoring. The network systems have event logging disabled, which is integral to ensuring visibility, as adversaries may take advantage of the situation and cause havoc. So how do we resolve this? We would open the event viewer, and then you will be welcomed with a warning banner that the event log service is unavailable. This means that the registry records for the service have been modified and need to be changed to enable it. So then we will go to the registry by going to Windows Admin Tools Registry Editor, and then we need to get to this specific path. And you'll find that the registry key is set to 4, which needs to be set to 2, representing putting the service into automatic startup mode. Modify the registry and reboot the system for the changes to take effect, which should take approximately 3 minutes. So rebooting the system, I'm assuming we would be doing like within the system. We're not restarting the virtual machine. Once the system has been rebooted, you can open the Windows Event Viewer and confirm that it works. We can test that the system is recording by logs by using some atomic red team tests, which have been already downloaded and installed to simulate an incident. Open PowerShell and run the following command. We're going to run this test using atomic red team, which is the pure locker ransom note. And so when we actually run test number 5 from that, we're going to probably lock something and put a ransom note on the desktop, I think. And so once we do that, the application service log, yada, 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 we'll get to the operational log for sysmon, and we can confirm that the test was successful and log entry was created by searching for it, and then we can use find to identify the event due to influx of logs being recorded since the service was enabled. What is the event ID for the file created rule? File created is 11, I want to say. Let me just type it. I want to see if I remember this, right? So 11 is file created. Yeah, okay. So event ID 11 is for file creation. We did a bunch of stuff with the event viewer for the last like 5 videos. So I've gotten a pretty good familiarization with the event IDs. Under software restriction policies, what's the default security level? I don't know. Find the audit policy folder under local policies. What setting has been assigned to the policy? Okay, that I need to find out by actually opening up this virtual machine that we started a few minutes ago. So we're going to zoom out of this bad boy here. We're going to click show split view right there. And then it's going to open up our Windows machine, I'm assuming. Yes, and then I'm going to open this up in a full screen so that you can actually see what's going on. So that way we don't have to work with only half the screen. And let me zoom out again. And here we go. So we have our Windows machine here. And I'm just going to open up the tasks inside of the second monitor that I have so that I can kind of follow everything that they just outlined so we can actually run everything and get the results that we would need to get those questions answered. So the first thing that we need to do is we need to go to the security settings for interactive logon. So we're going to click on the start menu at the bottom left right here. And you can literally just start typing. As you open up the start menu, you can just start typing. And I will do, Windows Administrative Tools. There we go. So there it is. So we're going to open that up. And then once we are inside of that, we need to navigate to the local security policy. So the way that we would do this is we go to security settings, which should be under S right here, or is it not? So system and security admin tools, right? That's what it says, local security policy settings. So we can navigate to security settings, local policies. And so this should be in, I don't see security settings right here. So that's the issue that I have here. So let's see local security policy. That's probably what we're looking for here. So local policies, local security policies. Maybe it's like it's a little bit different because of the version of the computer or something. That's the only reason that I can presume that it doesn't have it. So local policies, we can see that there was a lock right here. Security options has also been locked, and we need to go in here. And then inside of security options, we need to find that interactive logon. There's a bunch of them. So we're looking for interactive logon, display user information when the session is locked, which is display user information when session is locked right here. And it's not defined. So we can then open this policy. And then in here, we need to set do not display the user information. That's basically what they want us to do. So we do that, and then we click on apply and OK. And now we actually have a security policy that has been enabled or defined, I should say. We have a security policy that's been defined for that interactive logon. The next piece is to go to our event viewer and verify that, obviously it's not running. So I'm going to click on the event viewer button. It's this button right here. When we click on event viewer, we should get that pop up. Yeah, it says event log service is unavailable. Verify that the service is running. So we're going to go ahead and I'll just close it again. And then we're going to go to the registry editor to be able to modify this. And so this is also inside of Windows Administrative Tools. I think I can even just type in registry editor. There you go. So we're going to go inside of registry editor. And then for registry editor, we need to go to this path that they had, like this long path, which is the H key, local machine, system, current control set, services, event log, etc. So when we go over here, you can actually see this right here. So you have H key, local machine, system, current log set, services, event log, right? And I mean, it's literally, it's pretty much exactly where it needs to be. So the one other thing I need to do is just modify the start element right here. So if I double click this, the value is set to 4, and we just need to set it to 2 so that it actually starts. And so we do that, and that's basically it. So you go click on this, and then if I click on the event viewer one more time, it should now, oh no, I need to reboot the system. That's what I need to do. So I set the registry value. So what I need to do is go here and then restart the system. So this is very interesting. I wonder if this is actually going to ask me for like a login again. But let's see. Okay, so basically when I clicked restart, there was a pop-up that came on the screen that said reconnect, and I clicked reconnect, and then it kind of just went through the motions, and it didn't ask me for a logon or anything. So now I will open up my event viewer, and event viewer is actually working. Okay, great. So there we go. Now we actually have event viewer working. So the log that we are interested in for this test exercise that we're going to be running using Atomic Red Team is going to be the sysmon log. So to make life a little bit easier, I'm going to first open up PowerShell, and I'm going to prepare everything for that exercise. So the test itself was, what number did it say? Oh yeah, T1486. So the way that we can look at this is we do invoke atomic test, okay, and we give it the test number 1486, for example. And the one that we're running specifically is the number 5. So I will do -5. And then instead of doing a show details brief, I'm just going to do show details because I want to see the full details of this test. And so when you do that, it gives you everything, including the basic data like the name, the description, etc. And it's going to build the indicator of compromise your files.txt for the pure locker ransomware. And then there's a reference link to it. And this is the command that's going to run. It's echo T1486 pure locker ransom node. And then it's going to just put that inside of the URL file on the desktop on the URL files. And that's basically it. Obviously, I don't think it's going to do anything to the actual system itself, because usually ransom involves encrypting all of the data. So thankfully, it's not going to. Maybe it is. I'm not even sure. But the command itself isn't implying that it's going to encrypt anything. So anyways, and then there's the cleanup command that, we will just invoke that command when we run this with the cleanup command itself. So, all right, there we go. We have the details of that, and then we're going to end up just running the fifth. So right here, before I press enter on this, I'm just going to go over here, and I'm going to, for the hell of brevity and to just make sure that it's a little bit easier to manage, I'm going to go into Microsoft, I'm going to go into Windows, and then this is going to be a full list of our logs, and then we're just going to go to sysmon right here. It's under S, and then we're going to open up operational, and then we can see that there's 62,000 freaking events in here. So to make life a little bit easier, I'm going to clear the log, and you normally don't do that, by the way. Just keep that in mind. You don't want to wipe your logs. That's just, you always want to have those things, but to make life easier, we're going to do that. So now I'm going to run the test. And there we go. It ran it, and now there should actually even be a file on the desktop that's been created. There we go, your file that encrypted, or the txt file or whatever. And now we can see that we actually have new events that are available. So we're going to click on refresh, and it's going to show us our new events. And we have 55 events now. So the question says, what does the question say? It says, under software restriction policies, what is the default? Oh, okay. Find the audit policy folder under local policies. What setting has been assigned? Okay. Okay. So none of them have to do with the freaking test. I guess we're just trying to see that the event log is actually working, the event log viewer, and it is. So the event log viewer is working. And we see details about the T1543 technique, service creation, etc., etc. So great. All right, cool. So I didn't even need to do any of this to answer any of the questions. So whatever, we did it. So now just to make sure that, let's actually look at the ransom note and see what's inside the ransom note. Pure lock or ransom note. That's all it says. All right, fantastic. So this is what we're going to do. We're going to run cleanup now to just make sure that we clean up after ourselves. And what that's going to do is it's just going to delete that ransom note. Excellent. Perfect. All right, cool. Now we can go to the question at hand here. It says under software restriction policies, and that would be under the Windows administrative stuff. So we're going to do, there's also a shortcut right here. So Windows administrative tools, we're going to go and click on that. It'll open it up. And we're looking for software restriction policies. What's the default policy? So local security policy is what we're going to go into, I would presume. And what did I do? I think I changed the view into, so local security policy, there it is. And we're going to open up local security, and then we have software restriction. And then it says, what is the default security level assigned to all of the policies? So security levels, there we go. And default for all policies. Okay, so once we open them, I just opened all of them, and the first two said it's not the default, and then the last one, unrestricted, says that this is the default security level. So the default security level for all of them is unrestricted. There we go. Now find the audit policy folder under local policies. What setting has been assigned to the policy audit logon events? So we're going to go back to local policies here, and let's go right. It says under audit policy under local policy. So we're going to go to local policies and audit policy. There it is. And it says, what is it? Setting has been assigned to audit logon events. So audit logon events, it says failure. That is the policy that's been assigned. So failure. Excellent. And we are officially done answering these questions. So let's just wrap it up. So in conclusion, as a review, we went through the preparation phase of the incident response cycle. And we talked about preparing the human beings. We talked about preparing technology and documentation. And then, of course, the people, documentation, technology. That's basically what it is. And then we talked about visibility to just make sure that you need to have everything that is of note, the most important assets, the most important data, all of those things should be visible, meaning they should be logged. Like all of the information that's going on within those assets for those endpoints, all of it needs to be logged so that it's visible to you, the security person, and to the rest of the security team, so that in case, in case an incident happens, God forbid, hopefully it doesn't, whatever, but sometimes it does. So in case something like that happens, you need to be aware of it. And it could be something as simple as an error. It doesn't even need to be something that actually is a hacker attacking you, right? At the very beginning, we talked about, there could be a malicious hacker or malicious actor that's attacking you, but it doesn't necessarily have to be that. It could just be that the system crashed. And if you don't know why it crashed, you're going to have a problem fixing it and preventing it from happening again in the future. So that's why it should be visible. That's why there should be a log that's associated with it, and that would fall under the error log, right? So the system crashed. Why did the system crash? We need to find out. So it's not always that there's a hacker that got into your network or that got into your system. Sometimes it could just be that the system, for whatever reason, it glitched and it crashed, and we need to now find out why. So all of these things are very important, and all of these things fall under the preparation phase of the incident response cycle. Now, that we have taken care of that, we can actually move on to the next phase of the incident response cycle, which is going to be in the next video, which is identifying and scoping, identification and scoping. But apart from that, we are officially done. I'm going to click complete on this thing right here, and we're going to have our little success pop up, and that's pretty much it. To get more videos like this one and to continue with us as we go through the SOC Level 2 pathway and complete everything else with incident response and everything else that's left in SOC Level 2, I encourage you to like, subscribe, and turn on the notification bell so that you get notified the next time that a video comes out. And of course, there's new playlists that are also coming out, which seems to be the CompTIA Pentest Plus, which is a very, very big one. It's been highly requested by a lot of people. Of course, this is the hacking community, so I would presume that people want to know about penetration testing. And once we are done with SOC Level 2, what's going to happen is that we're going to move into I'm going to be focused on the Pentest Plus stuff, and then we're going to begin the AI for cybersecurity. So I just need to make sure that all of the foundations were set for everybody to be able to handle AI for cybersecurity, and then we're going to jump into AI for cybersecurity, which is something that I'm personally super excited about. So that is pretty much it. So if you have any comments or questions, drop them in the comment section below. I always love hearing from everyone in the community, and then of course I will respond to your questions as they come in. And please make sure that you like, subscribe, and turn on the notification bell so that you get notified the next time that a video comes out in SOC Level 2, in CompTIA Pentest Plus, in AI for cybersecurity, and in everything else that we're going to talk about on this channel, because I really want to make sure that this is the best channel that exists on YouTube for cybersecurity and hacking and all of that good stuff. So super excited to have you with me. And again, like, subscribe, turn on the notification bell so that you get notified the next time that a video comes out. Yeah. If you're serious about your CySec education and want access to me on Discord, consider joining Hackaholics Anonymous. We have 4 tiers: the supporter, agent, guardian, and master. Each tier gets their own Discord server and early access to content. The agent, guardian, and master levels get exclusive content, exclusive downloads, monthly Python automations, live streams with me every month, plus so much more. And to join, you can simply click the link in the description below, or you can go to our homepage and click the join button there, or you can go to youtube.com/@HankHacksHackers/join, and you will be able to join Hackaholics Anonymous. I hope I see you in the Discord chats. If not, I hope I see you in the comment section. And that is it for today. It's your boy Hank Hackerson at Hank Hacks Hackers, your favorite network and system attacker/protector. If no one else loves you, Hank loves you. Love, peace, and chicken grease, and I'll see you in the next video later. In episode 33 of the SOC Level 2 training series, we go through the incident response modules, identification and scoping series or scoping room. And this is a part of the incident response module of the SOC Level 2 pathway of TryHackMe. And we're going to just kind of follow along with the incident response process. The last video we covered preparation, and this one we're going to go through identification and scoping, and then we're just going to progressively move forward until we cover every step of the incident response process. And as the outline, the overview of this video, obviously there's the intro to this step, and then there's the concept of identification, which is unearthing the existence of a security incident, scoping, which is understanding the extent of a security incident, identification and scoping feedback loop, and the way that they feed into each other, an intelligence-driven incident response process, and then of course just a conclusion of it where we'll do a review, we'll do a wrap-up in whatever thoughts that we have, and you will be dismissed for the day. And there's a virtual machine that actually comes with this room, so I'm very curious to see what we're going to be talking about. If you are curious about it, this is actually a free room that's available inside of TryHackMe that anybody without a paid subscription can get access to the virtual machine, and then you can run through the exercises along with me if you don't already have a TryHackMe membership. If you do already have one, then great. You're probably on this path and you're trying to figure this out as we go along the SOC Level 2 incident response module. So that is the overview for the video today. If you're serious about your CySec education and want access to me on Discord, consider joining Hackaholics Anonymous. We have 4 tiers: the supporter, agent, guardian, and master. Each tier gets their own Discord server and early access to content. The agent, guardian, and master levels get exclusive content, exclusive downloads, monthly Python automations, live streams with me every month, plus so much more. And to join, you can simply click the link in the description below, or you can go to our homepage and click the join button there, or you can go to youtube.com/@hankhackshackers/join, and you will be able to join Hackaholics Anonymous. Now, without further ado, let us jump into the identification and scoping room. So we're literally picking up where we left off in the last video, where we joined SwiftSpend Financial, and we are a part of their IR team, their incident response team, and we've gone through the preparations of everything that we would need to do to prepare SSF. It's just easier to say that, to prepare SSF for their incident response process and everything that they need to do. And there obviously no time to lose, right? We got to promptly identify the nature of the breach and scope of the extent. So this is actually kind of picking up, I guess, in an environment where there's something actually taking place. There's an incident that's actually taking place. So we're going to go through the spreadsheet of doom, which is an interesting concept. I haven't been exposed to this concept before, so I'm interested to see what that is. This is a directory of malicious indicators that can streamline the investigation process. The learning objectives would be to, of course, use the asset inventory and the spreadsheet of doom to identify and scope the extent of a security incident, and to identify the nature of the security incident, understand the process of gathering additional evidence, learn the importance of having an asset inventory and the spreadsheet of doom in incident response, discover how to scope the extent of a security compromise, and understand the feedback loop between identification and scoping in incident response. You should have already gone through the preparation room. It's a very quick video. If you haven't gone through that video, it's literally the video right before this one inside the SOC Level 2 playlist, and you should have gone through that room if you have access to TryHackMe. Very, very simple room, straightforward. It's just that it's a prerequisite to understand the overall incident response process if you're interested in incident response in any way. So this would be the prerequisite for it, and that's basically it. So that being said, we can actually jump into the very first portion. So it's technically task 2, but it's like the first portion of this, which is the concept of identification, unearthing the existence of a security incident. I've already started the virtual machine for this one, and it says that once we connect to it, you can also RDP, meaning remote desktop, and connect to it like that. I'm just going to be using the browser-based virtual machine, but this would be the username and password for it. The IP address for you would be different. Once you actually log into this room and start the virtual machine, you would get a different IP address, and then you can use that IP address along with these credentials to remote desktop into the machine. It says that once we log in, it's going to start Microsoft Outlook automatically. It's going to start on its own. And essentially, we're just going to be using the same virtual machine through the rest of this room, through the rest of the exercises that are going to be presented to us. It says ignore the activation key, press back, and then proceed by clicking skip sign in for now, and then use as view only. When asked for a license, click X, and then click next. Don't send optional data, and then you'll be done. The identification phase, that was like a really thick accent. I don't even know where that came from. The identification phase forms the bedrock of the incident response process. This critical phase combines the technical detection of potential security incidents with the inherent human capacity to recognize and report them. And this is what this is kind of. We're identifying based on this project board or whatever this is, but it's a little bit different when you're looking at a computer. So the speed at which the organization can spot an incident directly correlates with the pace of the response, the potentially limiting the damage and shortening recovery time. So this is where the response element of incident response really starts kicking in, right? So you've prepared and you've done all those things that we did in the last video, but this is where the this is where literally the rubber hits the road kind of thing, because now it's your job to identify if there is some kind of a breach or an incident that's taking place, and then how quickly can you respond to that incident. And that's literally the whole concept, the whole purpose behind incident response. So there's a triad for this. There's the people, process, and technology triad. Identification is a harmonious, I love that word, the harmonious concert between people, process, and technology. It's so poetic. While technology offers the tools to detect potential incidents through alerts, people must interpret these alerts and adhere to established procedures to ensure incidents are correctly identified and managed. And not solely the IT or security teams must report any anomalies and ensure that the relevant parties are alerted by following the appropriate procedure. So it's everybody. It's not just IT and security. It's literally everybody in the company that should be involved in identifying something and then reporting it to the appropriate team. The success of the identification phase rests on a well-coordinated collaboration among these three elements, which is, again, the people, processes, and technology. So security alerts and event modifications, these are notifications, not modifications. Security alerts are also known as event notifications. They are signals that may hint at the presence of a potential threat or the occurrence of an actual security incident. And these are pivotal in triggering the process, the incident response process, and ensuring security, safety, all the good stuff, right? Understanding the nature of these alerts, including what type and severity they are, is important in guiding the incident response process. This understanding is nurtured through technical expertise, effective use of a security tool, and a culture of continuous learning and vigilance. The proper procedures when handling these alerts ensures that the right individuals are alerted, bolstering incident response effectiveness. Leveraging technical expertise in security tools. So this is where it kind of empowers the people that are involved in the process, right? So effective incident response relies on timely reporting, staff proficiency, and strategic use of security technologies. Therefore, it's crucial that all employees of an organization, technical or otherwise, stay alert and promptly report any suspicious activities or anomalies through the appropriate communication channels. Employing robust security technologies can significantly enhance detection. Okay, great. Ensure it's like there's a lot of this is now becoming repetitive. So this is why TryHackMe is dedicated to supporting those pursuing a career in blue teaming to master security tools by offering a platform that can aid individuals in developing proficiency, yada, yada, yada. So we have endpoint detection and response, which is a big element in the concept of identification, right? So an endpoint would be a computer or a cell phone. Essentially anything that has an IP address or a MAC address is considered an endpoint. And if it's connected to your network, then it needs to be connected to an EDR tool. So Aurora is essentially a software that feeds into the Windows event viewer that will trigger alerts based on Sigma rules. Wazoo is a tool that is available for endpoint detection that has a graphical user interface, and you can connect all of your endpoints to this one central location, and it feeds Wazoo with a bunch of log items and events to monitor, right? So endpoint detection and response. Then there's the intrusion detection and prevention systems, things like Snort, which is a command line tool, very, very powerful tool. And then there are videos on every single one of these things. All of these rooms already have videos. If you just search for Snort, you'll find them. Same thing for Wazoo, same thing for Aurora. And of course, the intro to endpoint security. All of these things already exist on the channel. So if you haven't seen any of those videos, feel free to check those out. And then of course, SIM tools, security information event management. So ELK, which would be Elastic Stack, and then Splunk, and then incident handling with Splunk. All of those videos also exist on this channel, and you can definitely go ahead and check those out. So these are they're very helpful in identifying. These are tools, essentially, that will help you in the identification process. So recognizing that these security tools truly flourish in the hands of skilled individuals with the necessary information and technical expertise to combat potential threats and manage your security is vital. So that's such a long freaking sentence to just say, it's vital that if you recognize that these things are, it's like, all right, bro, whoever wrote this room, like at first I was like, wow, that was a poetic sentence. And then now I'm like, okay, this guy just likes typing. Whoever this person is, like, they just like putting these really long, complicated sentences together to say something very, very simple. And then so we have effective communication channels are just as essential to ensure that the right people are quickly alerted with accurate and precise information, which enables them to conduct an investigation made possible only by well-designed procedures, etc., etc. I feel like I'm just going to be saying that word a lot in this video. Promoting a culture of learning and vigilance is going to be the third part of this that has to do with the people just being aware. And I'm just going to paraphrase all this because I really feel like I know exactly what they're trying to say here. But ultimately, it works like this, right? So you have the people, the process, and the technology, and these things go all hand in hand together. And the people is the weakest link in the cybersecurity chain. The human element is the weakest element of everything in security. So the technology itself can be really powerful, the processes can be really powerful, but all it takes is for a brand new employee to the company who isn't properly trained to click on something that they shouldn't, and now the entire company is exposed and is at risk. So the most important element in my view is the training of the people, because once you have the appropriate staff managing the technology and the tools and the processes, those guys are like super their skill sets are very specific. They have very unique skill sets. They're specialized. That's the word I'm looking for. And when I say guys, by the way, I'm just referring to all across the board. It's just kind of an inclusive term that involves everybody. So it's like those people are super specialized, and they know exactly what they're doing for the most part, and it's their job to be using these tools and be aware of security and all that stuff. It's the person that just got hired in marketing that you have to worry about. It's the person that's working in customer service that you have to worry about. It's that the front line, the people that have the foot to the pavement, that are dealing with customers every single day, those are the people that you really have to worry about. It's not the people that are managing the tools. And when it comes down to this, the culture of learning and vigilance really has to do with the people that are on the front lines, that are dealing with the customers regularly, that will get some kind of a random email that'll show up, and then somebody would, the malicious actor would try to get into your network by trying to coerce this person or manipulate this person to click on a link. And that person clicks on the link, or they open an email attachment that they shouldn't. And it's always, because imagine like sending an email to a bank teller, and then the email says, salary estimations or salary estimates for 2025. And then there's a spreadsheet attached to it that says salary estimates. And then it's like, how can you not get curious enough to open that document? Because you're like, okay, well, I want to know what the CEO is making. I want to know what my manager is making. You know what I mean? It's like, it just arouses so much curiosity for somebody to open that attachment. And once they open the attachment, the macros, whatever code was injected into the attachment, is immediately going to launch. And next thing you know, the network is at risk. So it's the frontline people. It's the people that are dealing with the minutia of their day-to-day, that are not in IT and they're not in security, that they have to be regularly educated. They have to be regularly going through awareness training and awareness campaigns to keep them on their toes. And when you have comprehensive policies and procedures in place that are actually related to the incident response process and reporting, so if you notice something, report it immediately to this person or to this department, it's it makes people have a clear understanding of what needs to take place. And if you feel like it's fishy, it's probably fishy, so report it immediately to the right department. And that's the key element here. So transitioning from identification to scoping is where we're now at. And once the incident has been identified, the subsequent step is determining its scope, meaning finding out where it's going, like what's the extent of this attack, which systems are going to be affected, what data is at risk, and how is the incident going to impact the organization. to transition from identification to scoping is crucial in the incident response process, demanding clear communication, effective collaboration, well-defined process. The insights gained from identification will prove instrumental in facilitating the transition and strengthening the effectiveness of the incident response process. My God, that's such a fancy freaking sentence. This guy, you can definitely tell this guy went to school for real. He did not just study at YouTube University the way that you and I do. This person really went to school. So what is the subject of ticket 202? Oh, okay. So now we get to actually use the virtual machine. According to the colleague John, the issued outline ticket in this could be related to what? And your colleague requested what kind of data pertaining to the machine workstation 2. And these are the questions that we have. So now we get a chance to actually zoom out of this, the browser, and open up our virtual machine, which will allow us to look at the email, because like it's going to be in Outlook, and it looks like we're going to be looking at an email and analyzing all of that. So what do? I go right here, show split view. There's our virtual machine. We're going to open it in full screen so you can see better and I can navigate better. And once Outlook is finished loading and we are ready to go, I will continue. Okay, so here's Outlook. I did click past all of the pop-ups that originally came on, which is, you know, the registration key and do you want to submit data, all that stuff. So I clicked past all of them according to the instructions that were available in the room documentation. So just keep that portion in mind. Okay, so the first question here asks us, what is the subject of ticket 202, etc., and it ends in 4232. So what is the subject of ticket 4232? And then we can see it right here. So this is 4233. So let me see if I can actually just even do this. I'll do 4232. So the Windows search engine is currently disabled. Outlook will not be able to provide fast search results using the instant search. Unless this is running. Okay, fine. So I can't search. I have to actually manually dig through these things. I was just going to search for the email ID or like through the document. So there we go. We have 4232. So weird error in Outlook is the subject, right? Is that what it says? Yeah, weird error in Outlook. So there we go. According to the colleague John, the issue outlined in this ticket could be related to what? So according to John, send us the original email you've reviewed. It looks like it could be a spoofed email, and we'd like to confirm that this is the case by inspecting the headers. So it could be a spoofed email is what they're saying. So let's close this out and look at the rest of the emails. So what is it? The issue outlined on this could be related to what? According to John. So let me find the original email and see what it could be. Okay, so I organized the emails by descending order. So essentially just putting the most recent at the top just to kind of get the timeline a little bit easier. And when you scroll down, it's what? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. The 10th email. And the subject reads RERE proposal from United Trust Company. And it says, could this issue be related to the missing email security example this? And so let's copy that. I believe that would actually be it. And now I can't copy it. So I have to do Control C here. But essentially SPF, DKIM, and DMARC records on the mail server I reported a while back. And so let's see if that ends up being the answer here, because I think the format is right, because there's SPF comma and then DKIM and DMARC records. There we go. All right, cool. Your colleague requested what kind of data pertaining to the machine workstation 2. So somebody requested some data from workstation 2, and essentially the easiest way to do this, because we can't search for anything, which is very annoying, so we would have to manually go through these. So anything that has to do with Jonathan Sterling, I would presume is the person, because it doesn't tell us who we are. It just says that Jonathan Sterling might be the thing. But anyways, it could be from Jonathan Sterling, I guess, or it could be from somebody else as well, because it doesn't tell me who I am in this case. Oh, Oliver Bennett. So there we go. Mailbox of Oliver Bennett at SwiftSpend Financial. So that's who we are, is Oliver Bennett. So we are now looking for information about Workstation 2, and it says what kind of data pertaining to the machine workstation 2. So let's go and see if we can find that. All right, so from the bottom to the top, there's some hoes in this house. No, song references, my mind gets triggered when I say a certain phrase that was in a song somewhere. It's like, and I think it's actually from the top to the bottom. There's some, anyways. What am I saying right here? So when we go from the bottom, to the top, it's the email from Jonathan Sterling forward ticket yada yada yada. It says, can you he needs this information. He also needs the web proxy logs for the following machine workstation 2. So web proxy logs is what they're looking for, and there's the answer. Okay, cool, great. Let us move on to the next piece, scoping, understanding the extent of a security incident, and I'm going to zoom back in. Scoping involves determining the extent of the security incident, including the affected systems, the type of data at risk, and the potential impact on the organization. The asset inventory becomes a big element in this because we need to know what can be affected, and this will be the reference guide for incident response. So in this particular case, for our scenario, we have the domain controller at this IP address and the OS that it's running and who the owner is. We have the mail server, the IP address, and the owner, and then web server, etc. So these are our assets right here. And so what else do we have? The proxy server, the workstation 2 that belongs to Michael Ascot, and the laptop that belongs to Derek Marshall. So Oliver is not even included in this list, Oliver being our avatar in this whole process. So these are the key assets that we need to consider as we go through it. The spreadsheet of doom is the artifacts for that would be considered to be essentially a list of threats. It's like it's a list of known threats that's been organized and consolidated so that we can refer to it potentially as we go along with the investigation, trying to kind of reverse engineer what actually happened. And things like VirusTotal database are kind of like this as well, where you can actually go to VirusTotal and drop in an IP address or a domain name, and it'll check against this massive database to see if the IP address or the domain name is malicious. You can even attach attachments to it to try to find that out. So VirusTotal is pretty useful in that regard. And this is what it kind of looks like when you're looking at the spreadsheet of doom, right? So you have the indicator type, the indicator itself, the threat type, and then the source. So IP address would be the indicator type. That would be the IP address. It's malware hosting. And then the Alien Vault OTX would be the source. The domain name would be this right here. It's a phishing domain, and this is the source for that data is ticket 4232, and so on and so forth. Email address, alex@SwiftSpend. And then ticket 4232. As I went through this, we found that Alex@Swift was not even in their email servers. As I was kind of doing some research, Alexander.Swift is there, but Alex.Swift is a spoofed email address that they probably created. The email address Mike.Ascot is another spoofed email because we have Michael.Ascot but not Mike. Then Group Marketing Online ICU is a phishing domain that we found from VirusTotal, and then we have a file hash for the malware called ThreatCrowd, right? So the SOD is essentially a structured list of the indicators of compromise, including IP addresses, domain names, URLs, file hashes, and everything else that's associated with the malicious activity. The data is enriched with additional information about each indicator of compromise, such as its source, the type of threat it is linked to, and more. The context, that additional context, can actually be very helpful because we can quickly understand the nature of the incident and any potential threats, and then we can focus our efforts towards that type of incident instead of trying to figure out what type it is first and things like that. So when you know that it's a phishing email that is working with an attachment or it's working with a malicious link, something like that, when you know it's phishing, you can focus your thought bandwidth on phishing instead of trying to figure out if it was a ransomware attack and then what you would do in that regard. So the context in that regard is very, very useful. And it also provides a historical reference that can be used for tracking recurring threats and observing patterns in cyber attacks. So The SOD is more than just a list. It's a dynamic, comprehensive resource that centralizes crucial information, streamlines communication among the response teams, and ultimately empowers faster, more effective responses to potential threats. The asset inventory and spreadsheet of doom are indispensable tools in scoping the extent of a security incident, and they can be used as quick references and fact sheets that make you be better and do things faster and Okay. Based on 4231, an asset inventory shown in this task, who owns the computer that needs endpoint protection definitions updated? So we can go back to the emails and essentially start kind of from the very beginning, because this is the very first ticket that says 4231, and then there was 4232, and then there's 4233, right? So 4231, it says this is the ticket number. The host name of the computer is LPTP01 SwiftSpend at this IP address. Ticket is outdated endpoint protection definitions. And that's the detail where please install the actual definitions and investigate while updates are not installed automatically. So this is the information for what we need. And then now they're asking for specifically who owns the computer that needs that protection. So it doesn't tell us. It just says host name, and then it gives us the IP address. So 1.153 is what we're looking for. And then we're looking for the person that owns that machine. And it's Derek Marshall. So LPTP laptop 01 belongs to Derek Marshall. And that is the right answer based on the email exchanges and the SOD, the sheet of whatever, spreadsheet of doom shown in this task. What was the phishing domain where the compromised credentials in 4232 were submitted? So based on the email exchanges and the spreadsheet, what was the phishing domain where the compromised credentials were submitted? Okay, so let's go to the list of these things and then look at the 4232 ticket and then kind of build it up from there. So there's really only two phishing domains that are here. We have the groupmarketingonline.icu, and then we have this one, the phishing domain right here. So based on the list of indicators of compromise that we have, I'm willing to bet that it's basically the first one that we have here. Yeah, and that is it. So that's the domain based on these things. Now, to try to kind of search through these things, you can technically do it. If we had the ability to search, it would be a little bit easier to try to search through this data to see what domain was actually referenced, because there's the SwiftSpend.finance that's actually blatantly right here. So this one is actually blatantly referenced for one of the phishing domains, but I don't see another one. And then they just go into this other thing right here where it creates another ticket, 4233, and then it just kind of moves on from the other one. So, I mean, because I don't want to spend time searching through the freaking emails, I just kind of took from one of our indicators of compromise in this list, and it just happens to be the very first one. That's the answer for it. So it's fairly easy to track that down. And then if you're looking for the phishing domain, as far as like if you have like a really big list of things, you can narrow it down by, okay, phishing domain, and then see what your options are for phishing domain, and then just cross-reference those data points. Based on 4233, what phishing domain should be added to SOD based on 4233? So this is what we have now. It says, received an email that sends us to kennaroads.buzz, and then Zoe Duncan at SwiftSpend Finance. So kennaroads.buzz would be that one. So let's see if we can type that here. And there we go. Cool. All right. Let's move on to identification and scoping feedback loop. So as the name for this one implies, this is a feedback loop. It's not like a linear progression. It continually refines the understanding of the incident and its scope, and you get more data from this one to feed into this one, and then it feeds into this one, and it feeds into this one. And so it's progressive. It's a loop, as the name implies. So it's intelligence driven when it leverages current investigation data, and then you enrich it with information from past incidents and then correlated logs from various data sources, advanced analytics and machine learning to enhance awareness, and then you add more context and you develop a situation. So there's a lot that goes into it. So you get a notification for the event. documentation is created and it gets added to the documentation. That feeds into the collection of the evidence, which feeds into the identification of artifacts associated with the event. And then you pivot the point of the discovery, and then you feed back into the documentation, which feeds more into evidence, and then more artifacts, and then etc. And it just continues on. So the event notification is when an issue is being reported, right? It triggers the incident response. And then documentation is the underlying issue is actually documented in detail, including information about the nature of the incident, the systems affected, any potential threats or vulnerabilities. And this is a critical step that provides the foundation for the rest of the process. So everything has to be added to the documentation to keep track. Basically, it's very common sense. It's not complicated to wrap your head around it, right? You need to take notes of everything that you're discovering so that you just compile more and more notes, and then you have a very robust note system or a robust document that's been built for that incident. The evidence is collected, including log files, network traffic data, and other relevant information, and that provides valuable insights into the incident, and it helps identify potential threats. And the collected evidence is analyzed to identify the artifacts related to the incident. So, for example, a phishing domain name or a spoofed email address, those things are artifacts. So these artifacts can provide clues about the threat's nature and the damage's extent. And pivot point discovery is the new areas of investigation that are discovered, right? So these pivot points can lead to new insights and help further refine the incident scope. After this, the process loops back to documentation, which means, okay, we found this new point of discovery. Let's add that to the documentation. Okay, now let's go and gather more evidence and find more artifacts. Oh, we found another pivot point. Let's add that to the documentation. And then it just keeps looping, right? And maybe you'll reach some kind of an endpoint, but usually you would just refer back to that original document, because if the incident, like you run into a wall for all of your evidence and artifact gathering, and then you've documented everything, and it kind of goes into a lull, right? Goes into like a standstill for a little bit, and then 2 weeks later something else happens, and then you just open that original documentation, you refer back to that original ticket, and then you compile more notes, and you make a bigger document, and you just keep adding evidence. You refer back to the original document. So I don't think it'll ever really end, right? So like if you have like one giant folder for phishing, it'll never really end, and you just keep building this spreadsheet of doom where you add more phishing domains to it, and you cross-reference those domains, and there should be a block for every single one of those domains, and it just keeps getting more and more robust as you add it to your intrusion defense systems and intrusion protection systems. You go through and add every single one of these pivot point discoveries and every single one of these artifacts and those pieces of evidence to your detection mechanisms to strengthen the security. And then in case anything new pops up, you then add it to your documentation, and then you add it to your tools again, and so on and so forth. So the power of the intelligence-driven feedback loop is in the identification and scoping phase, and it helps proactive and dynamic methods or to create a proactive and dynamic method towards incident response. This facilitates an ongoing education and exchange of information, enabling a response to security incidents and safeguard of systems efficiently. It also ensures compliance with legal obligations, and organizations can boost their incident response prowess and efficiently counteract security incidents by capitalizing on real-time data concerning emerging threats, cultivating an environment of ongoing education and exchange of information, and guaranteeing privacy and data protection. Okay, concerning ticket 4232, and according to the colleague John, what domain should be added to the SOD since it was used for email spoofing? So 4232, and then we're looking for an email from John. What domain should be added? So let's try to find everything after 4232 and before 4233, and we're going to look at stuff from John. Oh, this one's a little bit, it was kind of tricky to track because I thought this actually had to do, these were like email headers from previous emails, like a forwarded email. But so the subject is RE proposal from United Trust Company, and it says as Oliver, and Oliver's us, right? So as Oliver and I suspected, there's a spoofed email, and so this is it. This is like the information from emkei.cz, and then received by emkei.cz. And that would be, so it's about time those issues with the email got addressed. We're still waiting back for Derek's team. As a precaution, I've already asked Mike to reset his password, etc. So that, and I mean, it doesn't really say that it needs to be added to the SOD, but most likely that needs to be added. So emkei.cz, and that fits perfectly. There we go. Is it CZ or SZ? CZ, right? CZ. Yeah, there we go. Okay, concerning the available artifacts gathered for analysis of 4232, who's the other user that received a similar phishing email but did not open a ticket nor report the issue? So there was a second user that was listed as we went through the emails that that was on that list. So I'm gonna see which one it is real quick. So Damian Hall was the one. I think it's Michael Ascot, maybe. No, because Michael Ascot is actually in here. So it would be alex.swift, maybe alexander.swift at the Swift email. So let's see. I believe it is, because Michael Ascot is the one that did report it. So it's just the alex.swift, and then so the fake email is alex.swift, but then there's a real email. So alex.swift was one of those spoofed emails, and then there's another email that says there is no alex.swift, but we do have alexander.swift or something like that. So if we go through all of the emails, we'll be able to see, I forget who makes it. I think maybe it's there we go. Okay, so here's what we got. This is coming from Damian Hall. So it says, although alex.swift does not exist, but we do have alexander.swift, and then Mike Ascot does not exist, but we do have, or what is it? Mike Ascot is, I guess, one of the fake emails. So extracted the emails is michael.ascot and alexander.swift received the past couple of days, and these are the requested items. So it's alexander.swift that was also involved in this whole thing, but he was not part of this entire investigation. He never reported it. So alexander.swift at SwiftSpend.finance. Alexander.swift at SwiftSpend.finance. There it is. Excellent. Concerning 4232, what additional IOC could be added to the SOD and be used as a pivot point for discovery? So we have a couple of documents that have been attached to this. That are essentially like part of the report, right? So if we look at these documents, I can't expand these things right here, but there are a couple of emails that are of note, right? So there's this spoofed email, alex.swift, and then mike.ascot, f.swiftspend, and then there's this one right here that's sales.telonics@gmail that I think is probably another one of these like data points, right, that could be used here. So there you go. So there's these reports. So this one as well as the other one. Okay, that's quit it. What do you mean? Why can't you quit? There you go. So this one is like a kind of like a log from Outlook that was generated, and they pulled. These are all the ones for Michael.Ascot that was pulled because he was one of the ones that reported his actual email and everything like that. So all of this information was generated earlier in one of the previous emails, and it was generated by Jonathan, where he created the reports, and as a response to that is when Damien kind of filled in and added that other information, going through the logs and responding to the information that was found, right? So it was like Jonathan found the information, created those Excel sheets, and then from there, that information was then, or maybe Damien created them. I'm trying to track back because I did see, there we go. So this is the Damien Hall. Yeah, so this is the only one that actually has these attachments. I thought I saw it in another email, but it's only available in the email that came from Damien because he ran all of the reporting, and he was able to extract this information and cross-reference it to other logs, so on and so forth. So these are the two data sites or data elements that help us try to figure out everything else, and one of them just has to do with all of the artifacts that were pulled, and there's the two spoofed emails, but then there's also this extra email that's at Gmail. Based on the email exchanges and attachments in those exchanges, what is the password for the compromised user? So the attachments that they're referencing would be these attachments here. So this is the other one that we actually have that has a bunch of data in it that has to be, the compromised user in this case would be Michael Ascot. And then there are some data points that should be available to us because inside of these links, there is data that's being passed as parameters or query elements for it. So if we actually look through them, we should be able to see something that has some, oh, there we go, this one actually. So this one right here, it's cell F18 in the URL column. So if we go down here, we can see actually at the very, very top inside of the value of this URL, this phishing email URL, you can see that there's a submit login and that query is passing these parameters to it. So the username is Michael Ascot and then the password is right here. So password, I'll just type that out. So it's password with a capital P and then a 0 and RD and an exclamation at the end of it. And there's this password. And that's a very weak password, right? So that's a password that would not pass the password complexity test. And that password exists on the RockU dictionary and the SecList dictionaries for these weak passwords. So, it's understandable that this person was compromised simply because of the fact that their password is weak, assuming that it is actually technically, so I'm kind of going on a different attack vector actually. So they weren't brute forced. It seems that their password was just stolen based on the link that they clicked and that whole thing took place. So it's not that he was brute forced, although he would be a prime victim for brute forcing because his password was so weak. But he clicked on an email link and then that whole thing is what led to the compromise. And that's pretty much it. So now we are at the conclusion. So there was a new concept that was introduced to me specifically. I don't know if you've heard of it before, but that spreadsheet of doom is actually a very interesting concept and it makes sense. I mean, you want to have a spreadsheet of all of the indicators of compromise and the phishing links themselves, like the URLs and the email addresses and all of these things that have been used inside of this particular incident, and you develop it and you use it to expand your intel database so that you can cross-reference against either previous attacks or future attacks or other parts of the same attack that you just went through. So that's actually a very cool little concept that was introduced to us. And apart from that, I mean, the rest of these things you kind of learn that are repetitive. Like if you've ever done any kind of room or any kind of exercise or learning about incident response, you should already be familiar with all of these concepts. We're just kind of going a little bit deeper into each one of them to try to get more nuanced information. And something like the spreadsheet of doom would serve as that piece of nuanced information. And of course, you have your list of assets, your asset list, your asset inventory, and all those things. So very useful, very cool. And we had a cool little exercise as well that we got a chance to run and kind of go through some email, what is it called? Email. Oh, I'm drawing a blank right now, but it's essentially the back and forth of the emails. I can't believe I'm drawing a blank. It's such a stupid thing. And I want to find it, but I don't want to waste your time for me sitting here trying to find that information. But correspondence. Hey, all right, email correspondence. I got it. So we got a chance to review some email correspondence to be able to find the indicators of compromise and look at the rest of the stuff that happened inside of the investigation. So it was a cool experience, and I hope you had a good time going through it. There's my mom in the background, and hopefully you guys got a chance to also see the dogs come in. And no matter how many times you say that you're recording and you're going through these things, people will just do what they do. So there's that. This is what happens when you record at your parents' house when you're a visitor. I am back in LA. For anybody who's keeping track of my story, I was in Vegas for a couple of months. Then I'm back in LA because I'm wrapping up everything that is over here so I can move to the new apartment in Vegas. That will happen most likely in the next few weeks. So if you've been around since the creation of this channel and everything that's going on, I have gone through a couple of moves ever since I started this channel. And this one that is going into Vegas at the new apartment that I'm getting and all that stuff is going to be one of the big ones that is going to be more solid. I'm going to be there for a while and we're going to create a bunch of content. And do a lot of crazy things at that place, and I'm going to set up a recording room. It's going to be great. I'm super excited about it. So I think you guys will also get a lot of value from it, because I will get to be like focused and nobody's going to distract me, and I'll get a bunch of stuff going here. So I don't even know if you stuck out to the end of the video and actually watched this. For the few people who did stick it out and you got a chance to see the dogs come in and go through all of that, I think you'll find you'll get a little kick out of that. But that's pretty much it. We're officially wrapped with the identification and scoping room for the incident response module of SOC level 2 in TryHackMe. If you got value out of this video and you would like to get future videos on the SOC level 2 pathway and incident response, there was actually a guy who commented and said that he wanted all of the videos from incident response to be uploaded immediately. And I was like, yeah, I just started recording it. I don't have the full like compilation video yet. So if you are that person, or if you're somebody like that and you want to get updated on all of the new stuff that's going to come out, I do encourage you to like, subscribe, and turn on the notification bell so that you get notified when that video finally does come out. And if you want other videos that are going to come out in SOC level 2, and of course the videos that are going to continually drop from PenTest Plus, and then we will graduate after we're done with SOC level 2 and then we're in PenTest Plus, we're going to start doing the training of AI. I'm so excited about it. Like, you have no idea how excited I am about that pathway. And it's not a pathway in TryHackMe. It's like something that I'm developing specifically for you guys, and it's going to be unbelievable. Let me tell you, you're going to get so much value from it, because the future is AI, baby. I'm telling you right now. So make sure that you like, subscribe, and turn on the notification bell so that you get notified the next time that a video comes out, especially as we talk about all of those cool topics. If you're serious about your SysAdmin education and want access to me on Discord, consider joining Hackaholics Anonymous. We have 4 tiers: the Supporter, Agent, Guardian, and Master. Each tier gets their own Discord server and early access to content. The Agent, Guardian, and Master levels get exclusive content, exclusive downloads, monthly Python automations, live streams with me every month, plus so much more. And to join, you can simply click the link in the description below, or you can go to our homepage and click the join button there, or you can go to youtube.com/@HankHacksHackers/join, and you will be able to join Hackaholics Anonymous. I hope I see you in the Discord chats. If not, I hope I see you in the comment section. And that is it for today. It's your boy Hank Hackerson at Hank Hacks Hackers. If you're ever network and system attacker/protector, if no one else loves you, Hank loves you. Love, peace, and chicken grease. And I'll see you in the next video. Later. In episode 34 of the SOC Level 2 training series, we are going to go through the threat intel and containment portion of incident response. So the last several videos, including this one, we've been going through the incident response process, and then each video has been dedicated to each one of the steps inside of the incident response process, and then we go a little bit deeper into it. In all of the previous videos for digital forensics and incident response, we've done kind of like an overview where we brush on each one of these steps. But in the last series, or in this current series, I guess I should say, for incident response inside of SOC level 2, we're going deeper into each one of the steps. Each video is going into each one of the steps. And in this particular video, we're going to be going through the threat intel and containment portion of the incident response process. If you're serious about your SysAdmin training and want access to me on Discord, consider joining Hackaholics Anonymous. We have 4 tiers: the Supporter, Agent, Guardian, and Master. Each tier gets their own Discord server and early access to content. The Agent, Guardian, and Master levels get exclusive content, exclusive downloads, monthly Python automations, live streams with me every month, plus so much more. And to join, you can simply click the link in the description below, or you can go to our homepage and click the join button there, or you can go to youtube.com/@HankHacksHackers/join, and you'll be able to join Hackaholics Anonymous. Now, without further ado, let us jump into threat intel and containment. Threat intel, otherwise known as threat intelligence, is a very big piece of security in general, whether defensive or offensive, and it actually plays a really big role in the concept of containment. When you're trying to contain an attack from further escalating or going through the rest of your network, you need to have really good threat intelligence to help you identify it and then figure out what to do to contain it. And there's a lot of different sources for threat intelligence. What we're going to be talking about in this video are these various sources and then the various strategies that we'll be using to contain potential attacks, right? So there's something called an indicator of an attack. So that's an IOA. And then normally what we talk about are indicators of compromise, which is a step further. So the indicator of attack is before they've actually compromised your system. So you've noticed that they're attacking your system and then you can kind of stop them before they can compromise. But usually everything that we've talked about so far has been indicators of compromise. And this is one of the first times, or I think the very first time actually, where we're looking at this concept of an indicator of an attack. Containment in general is a crucial phase in incident response because the core aim is to minimize the damage that's caused by an incident and prevent further damage or further spread, right? So think about the isolated environment where, you know, hazmat digital scientists or whatever, like all these, the people in the suits, you know what I mean, like the full body suits that they wear, and then they quarantine somebody in these like outbreak movies or the zombie movies or whatever it is. You can think about it like that. So containment kind of very much ties into that whole concept, except now we're talking about it in a digital landscape where somebody's hacked into one system and then you want to contain them to that one system, so to prevent them from spreading to other systems, or they've attacked and gotten into one network segment inside of your company and then you want to prevent them from spreading into the other segments inside of your network. So an example is that we can prevent the adversary from accessing other devices by containing the infected device. Containment is a fantastic way to preserve and record evidence. So effective containment is essential in restoring normal operations. Once the threat has been successfully contained, normal day-to-day operations can actually continue. I would say that it needs to be eradicated first before you start kind of going to day-to-day operations, but that's just me. Threat intelligence, briefly, in the knowledge is the knowledge that's gained from collecting and analyzing intelligence about a threat actor. Intelligence such as IP addresses can be used to identify a specific threat actor, for example, analyze their tactics, techniques, and procedures. And we talked about this a lot already. Everything that we did with MITRE ATT&CK framework, that's technically considered threat intelligence. And then we can look at a lot of different various threat intelligence sources. Cyber threat intelligence is a big concept, CTI. There's already several videos on this channel that has to do with CTI and cyber threat intelligence, and MITRE framework is just one of those really great sources, but there's a lot of different sources. VirusTotal is technically a CTI source. Google can be a CTI source. There's a lot of sources. Essentially, anywhere that you can gather intelligence from, open source intelligence, also known as OSINT, all of those things feed into this concept of gathering threat intelligence. And this is the loop, or I would say the flow of the incident response cycle. Everything starts with preparation, detection, analysis, and we are right here at step 4 where we're looking at containment. And I would say we're kind of like going to be going between these 3 steps: analysis, containment, and eradication. But I would say eradication is going to be probably the next video where we're actually going to do like a deep dive into it, and then ultimately we will also get into recovery, as you can see over here. So the learning objectives for this video are to recognize potential threat intelligence, analyze threat intelligence to understand how an adversary operates, understand what containment involves, and some of the approaches that can be taken with the pros and cons. Prerequisites would be to understand the attack framework from MITRE, because we are going to be using it again because it's such a powerful source for threat intelligence, and a familiarity with IP addresses. For example, knowing what an IP address, private and public, actually looks like. So just knowing what IP addresses look like. If you don't already know, you are in a lot of trouble. You should know what IP addresses look like. And then at least an awareness of adversary techniques like persistence, lateral movement, and then being capable to identify what a hash looks like. And so we already talked about it in the preparation room. There's also the cryptography videos that was a part of SOC level 1. If you haven't seen any of those things, you definitely need to go look into that, because hash algorithms are not technically cryptographic algorithms, but we talked about hash algorithms inside of the cryptography video. And things like what an IP address, private and public, looks like were talked about inside of the Network Plus training series that I developed for this channel. So you can go find the Network Plus playlist on this channel, and then you'll find everything that has to do with IP addresses in the very first video. So, these are the prerequisites that would be really, really, really good to have, so that you can understand everything else that we're going to be talking about in this video. We have no questions really to answer, so we're just going to click complete, and then we're going to move on to pre-containment. pre-containment is the stage before the incident really goes crazy. So before it goes on, and this is, I would say, where the indicator of attack would be really helpful, because indicator of compromise means they're already in the system or the network, and now you need to definitely contain them. So we can gather a lot of information about what is going on with our IDS, our intrusion detection systems, also our SIM tools, which is security information and event management. So that would be, you know, Splunk or Elastic Stack. IDS could be Snort or Wazoo. The evidence that we can gather from here would be the indicators of compromise. And we can look at the perimeter defense systems for this information. And for example, we can look at the setup of ELK with PacketBeat and see that a workstation has downloaded an executable. Perhaps a user has clicked on a malicious PDF, for example. And so if we look at any of these things right here, we can see what, like Dropper exe could potentially be the executable that they're talking about, because there's no other executable in this list of URLs, full URLs over here. With this information, we can identify the workstation that has potentially been compromised, and we can further analyze the system to gather further evidence for containment. So we can do this by doing the get file hash. This is being done inside of a Windows machine. You can simply do a SHA-256 sum. So you would literally do SHA-256 sum, and then you would give it the file name if you were inside a Linux or a Unix computer. So get file hash, excuse me, is the Windows version of it. It's a commandlet that you can use that would give you the file hash of this thing, and then you can go further and say get file hash, give it the name of the file, and then say algorithm, and then do MD5, so you can get the MD5 hash of it. SHA-256 sum, as I mentioned, is the Linux or Unix version of this. So we can now look at any host that's presumed to be infected by just looking for this hash value, right? We can start creating detection alerts for the file presence of the attacker's IP, for example, using Wazoo to check for the presence of this file on any device. So getting threat intelligence like this is paramount to pre-containment, because it allows you to link activity to any previous campaigns or attribute new behaviors through a threat actor. So this is technically considered threat intelligence. So this hash value that you see right here, that's technically threat intelligence, right? So technically the name of the executable is threat intelligence. Looking at this list of URLs and finding out that this URL is the one that has the executable downloading, and then the IP address over here, that's technically threat intelligence. So everything over here is intel, right? Like it's intelligence that we're gathering to do an investigation. So any kind of information, any kind of intel can be actual threat intelligence. In the context of cyber security, it is threat intelligence. So what does the acronym IDS stand for? And if you don't already know, that is an intrusion. Let me make sure my keyboard is actually turned back on. Intrusion detection system. And that is what an IDS is. So we talked about pre-containment. Now let's talk about containment. Now, containment actually, just like everything else really in security, there are different versions of the containment strategies. There are different strategies to contain an attack from spreading. And some of them are better than others, or we can just say that they all have their own pros and cons, depending on what it is that you're trying to do. The very first one would be isolation. And there's something called entire isolation, and it's considered to be a pretty aggressive but effective strategy. And it involves the incident response team completely isolating the infected device from the rest of the network segment or the network itself. It can be through network segmentation, so meaning you just cut off that individual segment that this specific machine is in so that it doesn't go anywhere else. Or it could be a physical segmentation or physical isolation, very similar to what goes on. Look, there he's wearing the hazmat suit, right? That's kind of what we're talking about. So this is very aggressive and it's noticeable. So this is one of the cons about it, right? So if the adversary notices that they've been isolated, they may do something drastic, and they may do something like advance their kill chain and try to do something really, really catastrophic to your systems or to your building, whatever it is. So they could realize that they no longer have access to the infected devices and they've been discovered. And once they notice it, they may rush to complete their action on the objective. Alternatively, they may change their focus to a compromised system that hasn't been noticed yet. So it's very obvious. When you isolate somebody, when you do an entire isolation, hard isolation, that's essentially what you're telling the person is that I know you're aware, or I'm aware of you. I know that you're here. And once you kind of signal that to them, they can do fight or flight, essentially, right? It's like getting a snake in a corner, and the only thing that a snake can do is attack you, or getting a lion in a corner, and the only thing that the lion will do is attack you. So it's very dangerous, or it can be very dangerous. The action objectives is the adversary achieving what they initially set out to do. And so this could be stealing data, causing maximum damage to the organization, like deleting files or damaging systems. When we use the entire isolation strategy, we need to consider how aggressive do you want the isolation to be? Is the adversary likely to rush their action on the objective? Threat intelligence can be used to help determine this. So just trying to figure out, based on what we've gathered so far, what's the skill level of this person? How did they actually get into our system? Was it like a really basic script that they ran because we actually had a vulnerable system that should have been patched months ago? Or are they really skilled and they did something advanced to get into our system? Just that by itself will tell you a lot about the person or the organization that's attacking you, and whether or not they will do a lot of damage once they've understood that they've been isolated entirely. Do we understand the adversary? Do we understand the adversary enough yet? Perhaps controlled isolation would be more useful if we don't understand them. And so controlled isolation, so we talked about entire isolation. So controlled isolation is less aggressive, and it's obviously not risk-free either. So this involves that the team closely monitors the adversary's actions rather than strictly isolating the system, and they would keep the system accessible to not tip off the adversary. So they could gather vital information about the adversary by allowing them to continue, but they're just watching them the entire time. The adversary wouldn't be given free roam or free reign where they can just go do whatever the hell they want. You're still going to limit them, but it's not so entirely isolated that they are alarmed that they've been discovered. So the incident response team can prevent access if the adversary is about to perform something destructive, such as wiping or exfiltrating data. A good cover story can be made to convince the